Hello, welcome in. Tonight I'm going to be using a sepia pen to outline some pebbles on this piece of watercolor paper. So let's get started. Oh, what the heck. We're not going to be doing any painting, so let's pull this green craft mat out of the way and touch a little wood. That's better. There we go. Oh, maybe I liked it better the other way. Hello, the Oreo Ritz. Nice to see you. What happened to my hand? Here? Old burn scars. And, surviving life. Do try your best to be nice. So, the Oreo Ritz, it's nice to see you. I know I see you over at Cub Champions 16 often. And, hi there. How you doing? So edits, I see you're new to the channel. What we do here is mindfulness art. It's just a simple exercise, a little watercolor paint on paper, pen, pencil, whatever you want. I'm just looking for shapes and outlining them. The goal is to try to be in the present, to try to set aside worries and stress, and to encourage people to engage in some art. Work on a coloring book. Start where you are. If you're painting oil portraits, go do that. Um, it helps you be a better person for yourself and for everybody else. Adam Carmona, delighted to see you. Hi, Minion. Hello there. Hi, you've been busy, fellow moderator. Hello, Maya. There we go. One of these days, Minion. I know you as Minion from your name before, Liny. Uh, I had promised to show you how to drop a link as a moderator. Did you ever get a chance to learn how to do that? So, am I the only one who's got a brain that's just quivering like a bowl of jello? Yeah, that's the long-haired howling cat monster. She's telling lies. She says that she is starving and wasting away when in fact she's actually been fed no less than 5 times today. So she's a bit of a rascal. Don't believe everything she says. Barb, hello. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm so happy to see you people. Just what the hell happened? Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Well, it's been kind of a long day for any kind of lessons and stuff, but anytime you want to stop in, I'm sure that Maya can talk you through that, or I can talk you through that. I'm happy to help with that. And we may get a little troll bopping demonstration here. So we were kind of cutting up at the end of the Dusty Soda Dispenser's stream earlier today, and got to laughing about doing a Xenu's favorite things version of the 12 Days of Christmas, Adam, and I, I think you were over in maybe you had slipped out for that, but we did end with a good laugh. Yeah. Barb, what kind of a cardiac stress test? I've had a handful of those over the years. Um, if it's the kind I've had, they either put you on a treadmill or else they give you an injection that makes you feel like you're running, which is very weird when you're just sitting in a chair. and then they take some scans to see how things are functioning, and it's a bit of an odd procedure, but it gives them an awful lot of information. So I hope that it won't be too impactful and that you don't get too freaked out by it. Oh, okay, so they just give you the injection. Yeah. Um, I can't. I. It was very weird to me to have my heart just pounding and my blood pressure up and my respirations up and be sitting still in a chair. It's I don't quite know what they. It's not just an adrenaline injection. It's something else. And then when you're through with the scan, the antidote to this is caffeine. So it's like, here you go, here's your cup of coffee. Your heart's just going bam, 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 bam. It's like, I don't really want coffee, but it works. A few minutes into it. Yeah, you did the treadmill. I prefer to do the treadmill. Yeah. So for that person who was lurking earlier asking how old I was, I think old enough to need a cardiac stress test, and proud of it. Damn it. Anyway, Feral Cheryl got me laughing about it, and I just was like, 5C org fans. I probably shouldn't punish you with singing, but the list went something like 9 tubes of toothpaste, 8 packs of Cools. It was just like Xeno's Christmas list, like Oprah's favorite things. Oh. It's a tiny little injection of some radioactive. It's not iodine, that's for thyroid. It's another radioactive thing, and it just circulates, so it makes your x-rays extra glowy. There we go, Adam. I knew you would be. I knew you were the man for this. 6 unused toothbrushes. Yeah. Uh, 4 rice and beans. And Afila said, and 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 one David in handcuffs for the top thing. So I thought that was a prize winner of a verse. We're going to work this up into a musical number, and then maybe we can get Dan Walks LA to, or Kelly Copter, get somebody to make an AI version of it. Oh, Barb, me too. Last time I had an MRI, I got there and I told the woman that I'd been sensitive to the contrast solution, and she said, "Oh, I've been doing this 22 years. I've never had anybody actually be sensitive." And I said, well, okay. And about 12 minutes later, when I was having trouble breathing, all hell broke loose. I tried to tell her. Yeah, that prednisone. So if you have to have the test, you have to have the test. And some of us are allergic to iodine and the I can't think of what it's called now, the contrast solution that I'm allergic to, but so ahead of time, I mean, they've got to use it. There's not an alternative. So what they do is they give us about 150 milligrams of prednisone, which it'll make you very roid ragey, and a bunch of Benadryl, which, if you're me, will make you sleepy and then incredibly hyperactive. It's what old people do for fun. Is that what it is? What the hell? Yeah. Well, I knew you were all special people. Hey, Antics. I saw you earlier over at a chat, and I was not brave enough to pop up my head and say hello to you. But well, you were wading in there. Did the beer ever arrive? That's what I did. I wasn't there for anything else except to find out if the beer actually made it. Gadolinium. That's what I'm allergic to. Yeah. The fella in Florida was waiting for a beer delivery. So I will say this about the stress test is it takes your mind off your chest pain for for several days. Oh, okay, maybe it was not you and somebody using your name over in Aaron's chat earlier. Come to think of it, I see your icon is yellow, and that one was. I don't recall that it was yellow. I spent most of the evening hanging out with Hey Carrie Ann and Feral Cheryl and Dusty and The Journey 2020 and Oh Hell No was on the panel. Sin, and it was really nice to see her. She's been dealing with grief over the loss of her husband. And so she was back, and it was a little bit like old times to spend time in a chat with uh, with Oh Hell No. Hello, Brad. Oh yeah. Um. Uh, you were speaking for the people there, Antics. I went to the grocery store 2 or 3 days ago, and you know what? I forgot. I got the salad stuff. I got the sandwich stuff. I got the cat food, and I forgot to buy treats. I forgot to buy. I like to buy, some cookies or a little ice cream, and so I'm dealing with all of this with no treats in the house because I don't want to go to the grocery store today. It just seemed like it might be chaos central. It was good to see you, Brad. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, anybody brave a grocery store today? I was like, I'm not going to stand in line behind 20 people just to get a packet of cookies. I could have gone to the corner try and save. What is it? Stop and rob. Get 2 ounces of cookies for $5, but I thought, nah, I'll be okay. Yeah, come about 10:30, 11, I was like, oh man. Uh, we, it's, we don't know yet. Somebody asked who won the election. Um, it's not looking, uh, it's not looking great. unless you're a Trump fan, and then it's looking good. Yeah. I'm gonna need a minute to process that. I had hoped to see a woman president in my lifetime, and we're talking about cardiac stress tests and so I don't have hope of that happening at this point. Hey, at least there's cookies somewhere. Maybe. Damn it, there better be cookies. Right, Adam? Holy crap. I had a pretty strong intuition about it fairly early on, and here we are. So there were people, mostly I think maybe my grandparents' generation or my parents' generation, who would vote just straight party ticket. Didn't really matter, and we didn't have the kind of media then that we have now, so the messages were maybe more contained as a way to describe it. But, my grandparents would vote just straight party ticket. They didn't really care about the individual, and the individual politicians would caucus and they would decide what the point of view was for the political party. And people would toe the line and do the work in that way. So voting just straight party ticket, which means just go down and everybody if you're a Republican, you vote for Republicans. If you're a Democrat, you vote for Democrats. If you're any one of the third parties, you would just look for those candidates. All of my life, I've been a person who cared about I've cared about the positions that politicians take, and I've voted on issues. And so sometimes you could get a Democrat who would have a position that was not something I agreed with. So I wouldn't follow the party line. And I think Adam will know what I'm talking about here. When I was in law school, I helped establish a chapter of the Federalist Society, and I've actually held elected Republican office. Very, very tiny one. So I was a conservative in the sense of I preferred strict constructionism when it came to interpreting the Constitution. I always thought we should do less is more. And I tended almost into a libertarian point of view, which is, simply put, don't tell me what to do with my shit, and I won't tell you what to do with your shit. I think there were old school Republicans that certainly had different points of view from that. And Republicanism has evolved once again. And in its latest evolution, I identified with the party platform with the Democrats, particularly regarding issues of women's health care and access. Oh, no, I was not a bircher. No, that's too far. No. I was a Federalist slash Libertarian slash kind of, yeah, I like to think the good kind of Republican. Yeah. And it didn't really full line. It just was as close as anything I found. Anyway, only twice in my life have I just voted straight party ticket. Uh, I did it today, and I did it 8 years ago. And when I did it today, I thought the last time I did this, things went really just not the way I would have them go. And I had kind of a sinking feeling as I was casting my ballot. And actually, you guys, you see this? I I broke a fingernail trying to vote today. I really tried. Hmm. Not completely Ayn Rand, and I don't know Russell Kirk, so I'm gonna say no to that. Yeah, and I was in Alaska. Yeah, Alaska hasn't been a state all that long. They spent a lot of time just being their own thing. So um, I was holding out hope that I didn't see the returns for Alaska, so I just couldn't bear to have my heart broken one more time tonight. And if you guys are trying to uh, type the name of he who shall not be named, that's and having a hard time, because that's in the blocked words list. So, not gonna apologize. Yeah, I know. I was trying to get the it was metal, and I put it in, and it was kind of half hanging out. So I went to go boop it in, and I just managed to boop my fingernail right off at the. It's like a voting injury. I gotta put this on the interwebs. Yeah. I think I may have, because I generally just don't. I mean, we're here to try to get our minds right, so I don't encourage political speech, but I think today of all days we can discuss the current event of the day. Um, so I think I actually had uh, both Trump and Kamala on the blocked words list. Uh, I ran into a kind of a rash of trolls who would fly through the chat and just capital letters type names and stuff like that. So, yeah. I voted, I think the first time I voted for John Anderson. I was so optimistic. It's like, took my little 18-year-old butt down and went. Back then, we had polling places and booths, and they gave you the felt tip, the official felt tip pen, and yeah, I, I saw a comment in chat tonight. It was like, whoa, out of all of the people we have in America, there's some bright, wonderful people who have um, strong ethics and certainly are skilled. And somebody said, "Is this the best we could come up with?" Well, I I tend to think that someone who's smart enough to do the job is also smart enough to go, "Wow, I don't want anything to do with politics." So we've lost that time where there was uh, what's the word I want? like a sentiment that it was a noble thing to be a public servant, to run for office, and to serve. I just don't see that the way that you saw it, the idealism of previous decades and eras. So yeah, I think we do have lots of people who could just do a really solid job and move this country forward, make it a better place to live for all of us. Anyway, I was an optimistic young person back in those days, and I think for me what changed was I became disabled. Um, and I was not able to move forward in my law career very far before I became disabled. And I'll tell you, boy, that'll change your perspective on what it is to live in America. It's a great place if you're capable of working. It becomes a very challenging place when you are dependent on disability income. And that's probably true worldwide. I don't know that there's really a great place anywhere to be disabled. Yeah, yeah. Um, Adam says that was a weird election. 1980. Gene McCarthy supported Ronald Reagan. My brain just went just saying those words. Yep. I went to school to actually be a mediator. I had done an undergraduate degree in psychology, and at the end of that, I got to thinking about what it would be like to try to help people as a psychologist. And I just thought, oh my God, you just have to let them self-determine, right? Which means you got to sit there and listen to somebody bitch, moan, whine, and complain about their problem and take no action, right? There's no deadline. And some people who are in therapy, I mean, they don't get to a conclusion. So I also had really, through the process of education, come to understand that there are some mental health problems that you cannot fix with talk therapy. Like schizophrenia, you are not going to talk somebody out of being delusional. Uh, Somebody in a bipolar manic state, you could put them on the couch all day, you're not going to get anywhere with them. The help that they need is pharmaceutical help. And that was my idea at the time. Not sure I believe. Uh, I don't subscribe to pharmaceuticals for as as a fix. I mean, it might be. That's a whole other discussion. Anyway, so I came to the conclusion that if I wanted to help people who were having problems, I needed to probably be a psychiatrist, and that was so much more education. So I just kind of took a breath and looked around and tried to find another profession where you counseled people who were in difficulty and you helped them get out of it, and that there was a deadline on the thing so that you didn't have to deal with somebody for 15 years with the same damn problem. And law is that. You've got a statute of limitations. You got a client who comes in and says, "Hey, I got myself in trouble. All right, let's fix that. Let's look at the rules. Okay, that's good. Here's something that applies. Let's work that through." I mean, it was just actually a much better professional direction than psychology had been. So I recalculated, and then I wasn't particularly interested in trial practice. I had aptitude for it, and I actually The law firm I worked at was a trial practice. But mediation had just become statutorily mandated in Oregon and in several other states, and there was a lot of hope that we could use mediation to put the control of the problem solving into the hands of the people who were in conflict by facilitating solutions. And that seemed like really terrific work where you could genuinely help people. So I applied to law schools that had programs in it's called alternative dispute resolution. You probably know it as arbitration or mediation, even negotiated legal settlements fall into that. And I received scholarship offers from 2 schools, picked the one that had the best deal, and off I went. So I was just into it a couple of years and had a health problem that was misdiagnosed, and it was just had catastrophic impacts on my health. And I'm fairly principled about what I do. I knew that with my health problems, I couldn't guarantee that I would be strong enough to follow anybody's case all the way through. So after I rehabilitated a little bit, I tried to go back to work, and I did go back to work for a while in small business. So you use a lot of those skills. And you don't have that sort of obligation of defending somebody with complete zealousness. Because in order to be completely zealous on behalf of your client, you got to be healthy. Yeah, auditing. Well, if I'd heard about auditing, well, I could have just gone and yeah. A jurisprudential psycho-facilitator. Now I need a business card, Adam. Yeah. So it's been kind of an interesting path. But here's one thing I didn't think about ahead of time. I'll say this: if you're thinking about going to law school, do not do it. Oh, antics. Thank you for spending time. I hope you sleep well. It turns out in law practice you spend all day with oh yeah, that's right, lawyers. I mean, you work with them. You're in the same building with them. And there is no off position on the shark. We are trained, we're pre-selected to be people who can detect and exploit vulnerability. And working with lawyers day in, day out, it's a drag. So every once in a while the phone would ring and you go, oh good, a break from the lawyers, and you answer the phone and it's, the lawyer for the opposition. So there you are talking to another lawyer. Or, hey, maybe it's not a lawyer. Maybe it's your client, the guy who can't figure out how to keep himself out of trouble. That guy. Oh, that's not a fun phone call either. Oh, yeah, remember I told you to stay away from your ex-girlfriend and now you're calling me from jail because you got picked up and you violated the restraining order? Yeah, okay. That's a fun phone call. Not a fun phone call. And then maybe you get to leave the office before dark. Oh, woohoo! To go down to the court building to appear in front of the judge who is, what's that again? Yeah, a lawyer in a black dress. So, yeah. 3 years out of law school, my classmates were making an average of $28,000 a year and carrying, oh, most of them were carrying more loan debt than I was carrying, about $80,000 loan debt. You can't make your loan payments and have an apartment on $28,000 a year. And I was working, oh, I think 55 hours a week was the least I worked, and most weeks it was 65 or 70 hours a week. So it's interesting. People say, "Oh, you used to be a lawyer. Well, why'd you walk away from that? That must have been a great gig." No, it was it was hard work, and there wasn't a ton of satisfaction in it. Didn't get paid much, and I had to put up with jerks all the time. So, to be frank, I haven't really spent much time at all regretting having moved on into small business from law practice. Boy, I just never know where the conversation's going to go. I did indeed had, well, but except uh, Adam says I had free lawyer's debt. If only it had been a little bit free. Yeah, I can remember like being August and leaving, the days are so long in August, right? And leaving the office, and it would be dark, and my car would not be the last one in the parking lot either. All of the associates would still be just grinding away. It takes a lot of decades to get any expertise in law, and you get there by restricting the clients that you accept, only taking certain types of cases. Every case comes in, it's got different facts, so in some ways, you have to start from scratch on your research to defend or prosecute their case. So, say you only do real estate or wills and probate or family law, that helps you to be able to give some general answers and not have to, go to the books every time somebody walks in the door. But that also means you meet a lot of people who have good cases, and you have to tell them no. That you can't take their case, and I know that that's very discouraging to someone who's trying to find a lawyer. It really doesn't have to do with um, the potential the case has. Those no's have a lot more to do with the lawyer's area of expertise. I know, Adam, that's kind of where I was like, yeah, just that. I'll tell you, I cannot. This is why I tell people to who are thinking about going to law school, don't do it, because you will never look at the world innocently again. I cannot go into a produce department to this day and see like a squashed grape on the floor and not go, "That's a tort." Yeah, did you know about this? Because if you know about it, you're liable. You're going to be liable. Somebody's going to slip. It is just, you should have taken corrective action as soon as this came to your attention. You can't just go, "Oh, I'll step sideways and not walk on the squished grape." It's, it just, yeah, it reformats your brain. Good thing I have a big piece of paper. Yeah. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I am glad that my phone will not be buzzing with text messages from people I have never heard of telling me about this or that candidate. I get really tired of that. I'll tell you, half the time I don't even like the text messages from the people I know. I sure don't like them from strangers. I've gotten curmudgeonly in my elderly years. Is it just me, or like those text messages were just um, like overly familiar? Hey, Janelle. It's like I don't know you. You just calling me by my first name like we're buddies. Anyway, I hope that uh, I hope to enjoy the peace and quiet of not having all of that, not having my mailbox just packed full of political flyers. Probably do what I've always done as an American, which is tell myself it's only 4 years, and then we hunker down, we put up with it, we try to get along. Some of us try. We get through it, and then we reset and try again in 4 years. And thank our lucky stars for presidential term limits. Adam, thank you for spending time, and thanks so much for your levity and wit. I appreciate you so much. I was just hoping to provide a little something to just get us off to sleepy land. So I am sad to see you go and happy to hear you'll rest. Maya, Maya. Did you get my email? I know that there were a couple of emails stacked up in my inbox. Are you, any of you guys like me? If I get an email and I agree with what's in it, I can sometimes just go, "Oh, okay," and just like I leave it there and I tend to forget to reply. If I get an email and somebody's got something going on and I have strong feelings about it, like, "Oh, no, don't do that," or "Here's some advice," or I tend to like reply almost immediately. So if yeah, so if you've sent me a couple of emails and you're like, "Oh, I haven't heard back from her," it's probably because I agreed with what you were laying out in the email. It's more likely to be that than that I am disagreeing. That is one thing about the lawyer training is that we get taught that you have to make your objections in a timely manner. So if I have an objection to something, I'm more likely to go, "Oh yeah, but no, 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 no." Yeah. it was mostly to encourage you. I think you're on to the right, well, I don't know if it's the right way to handle it, but I think it's a positive way that will be better for your mental health, to try to take some action and at least ask some questions and begin to gather information and get some answers. I do find, particularly if I'm feeling depressed, that I will sometimes respond to overwhelming change. Let's just say change. By just not having any, or having too many ideas, or just not having what I feel is the right idea for how to tackle it, and then I'm frozen. And when you freeze, then stuff just happens to you. And in my experience, life goes a little bit better if you can have some impact or input, some say so about the change, you know. And as a person, I found out late in life that I was autistic, and it explained a lot of things, like me liking rules, and when something's going the way it should be going and somebody comes along and says, no, that's going to change, I really struggle to roll with that. I have a long period of going, but that's not fair, that's not right, that's not how it works. And it's very challenging to snap out of that and to be easy in harness, right? Like a horse who's just, okay, that's what we got to do. So you can either fight the harness, or you make some peace with how things are going to go and you work with it. Um, I have never had a lot of skills in that area of trying to be easy in harness. I am always fighting the whip. So, if you ever need advice about how to get entrenched and just keep arguing your point for a long period of time, I'm your gal. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Maya says she's got a big change and she's really struggling to cope with big changes like that. Usually she tries to push it away and pretend it is not there. And you can do that. And then it happens and you have to live with whatever it is. And I will say that most of the time that you spend in that frozen state, it's not a peaceful way to exist. Usually there's a lot of dread and feelings of helplessness that go along with it. So I wish that there were the benefit of saying, "Oh, I'm not going to make that decision. I'm just going to go on like nothing's changing." If we could do that and you could just live in peace, and then the change came and you went, "Okay, now I have to adjust." Maybe that'd be okay. But most of the time, we're in, maybe not crisis, but we're in some sort of a negative mental state while we're waiting for some change or some event to occur. And when you're in that state, you have elevated levels of cortisol and all of the stress hormones that go along with it. It's not a peaceful way to live. So you can find a way to work at it, whatever the challenge is, a little bit by little bit, it actually will build the strength to keep working at it. Whereas if you just go into that scared rabbit state that over time tends to debilitate us, to make us less capable of being able to handle the challenges. So we're probably not going to find a way to cope with it where there's not fear involved. Fear is just part of change. And it does get lessened the more we chip away at finding a resolution to the challenge. And now if I could do as I say, more than I do as I do, which is to kind of put my head in the sand, it'd be a brighter world. I think, if there's something that's fairly solvable, I will work at it, but if sometimes it's a big challenge and I know, boy, I just don't have the resources to make this go the way I want it, that's when I tend to sleep a lot, not leave the house, those kinds of depressed behaviors. So one of the ways I combat that is with mindfulness art exercises. There's something about these kind of activities that allows the brain to work creatively to find some solutions. And it's a little bit easier on my psyche than just sitting in a chair trying to fret my way to a solution. So it might appear to be a little bit escapist, but it's actually helpful to cultivate some creative thinking that addresses the challenges. Yeah, that's Maya says she wishes she could sleep a lot, but that is not happening. Yeah, there is a point, right, where you're like, oh, this thing's coming, I don't know what to do, and I'll take a nap, right? Oh, the morning has come, I don't want to get out of bed. Okay, I'll stay in bed. And for me, I can do that for a while, and then I reach a point where I'll feel very tired, and I go to lay down, and as soon as I get horizontal, it's like the blood flow to my brain changes or something, and my brain just fires up, and I can sleep if I'm sitting in a chair, but if I lay down to sleep, my brain starts running 100 miles an hour, 200 kilometers an hour, and then there's a lot of insomnia and trouble sleeping. Isn't it interesting when we talk about these things and you find out just, other humans will say, oh yeah, me too. So I hope that you don't feel alone in these challenges. I think many of us struggle with having good, unworried sleep, and we can struggle with just trying to do activities of daily living, in a shower, eat regular meals, clean the things that need to be cleaned, that sort of thing. Also, back to this issue of getting a late in life diagnosis for something like autism, I was asked if it was something that was surprising, and it wasn't particularly surprising. There's a number of people in my family who are autistic, and including non-verbally impacted with autism, and quite a few people who would have, they made their way through college. They have um, very good intellect and cognitive functioning. So, kind of a range of autism. I just quickly, an aside on that, I think that when we come back to this in 20 or 30 years, that we're going to have a lot of different diagnostic perspectives. It may be that my nibblings who are nonverbal are, maybe they're not autistic, or maybe I'm not going to be autistic. I think those criteria are evolving fairly dynamically at this point. So I look at that, and I know that we're struggling with nervous systems that are different from the average bear, but I'm guessing that his nervous system is not the same kind of different as my nervous system is. And the folks I've talked to have said, yeah, I always felt like an outcast or a little bit of a weirdo, or always knew I was different, or struggled socially and wondered why. I think autistic people do a lot of thinking about how do I fit into this group of humans? It seems to come so easily for other kids on the playground, They just run up to each other and go, hey, want to be my friend? And yeah, okay, and they go play, right? I guess that's how they do it. I don't know. It just never worked when I tried it that way, but so it wasn't a big revelation. Oh, you're different. I knew I was different. What it did free me up from was trying to become normal. I was in therapy. I had a therapist saying, well, you need to socialize more. And I would just, I'd go to this club or that club, and just wasn't any more successful as an adult than I was as a kid. Always just done better having one or two close friends, preferably one close friend. When I was in college, I lived in a dormitory, and I found a great group of people. It's one of the few times in my life I've run around with a group of people. We've been in contact, and all but one of us has been diagnosed with autism. And the person who wasn't is just like a very empathetic person who was a single child, so a little bit of some personality differences in people who were raised as single children. And she just, loved everybody and was very kind and liked hanging out with us. And so you can find a group of neurodiverse people to hang around with. That's that's a good social group. I miss those days. I sometimes think fondly of college and go, I wish I could go back there. It's not really the classes or academia that I would want to return to. It was that time and place with that social group. So, back to this question of, did a diagnosis help? Yeah, it got me out of, going to therapy every week and having somebody say, you need to act like the rest of the sheep act. Um, I'd been raised, being disciplined to act. Why can't you act like the other kids? I don't know. I'm doing my best. And it turns out there is an answer for why you can't act like the other kids act. Because your nervous system is just built a little bit differently. So you're going to act like the other kids with autism or other neurodiverse um, diagnoses, something like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or those types of issues. I've accepted that I was wired the way I was wired. You're never going to turn me into a little social butterfly. I can put on a mask and behave that way for a few hours, and then I come home and just crash. I thought everybody just came home and crashed after they were in a social situation, and you know, like really crashed. Like, don't talk to me, can't process language, can't hear I hear you're talking, but it just sounds like wah 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 wah. Like it just drained my capacity to interact. It turns out not everybody works that way. Turns out a lot of autistic people report that they work that way, they operate that way. So we can put on a mask for a few hours, go out and do the thing, and try to get those social cues, try to figure that stuff out. But it's like you're standing, on the side of the interstate trying to find a safe way to cross that street. It takes this enormous amount of attention and energy to try to gauge, or maybe not a freeway, but you ever watch kids on a playground playing jump rope where there's two kids on the end of the jump rope and the third kid is trying to get into the middle of it and you're gauging it as the rope swings? It's like sometimes socializing is like doing that for however many hours you're socializing. Just trying to figure out when to jump in and when to time your conversational skips over the rope. It's a lot. Um, I'm gonna push back on that a little bit. Maya has said that she's learning about autism, and that she's learning or reading that trauma and autism have the same changes in the brain, so it's hard to tell them apart. I think that they are distinct. I've had a therapist say, well, you have complex PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or now it's called PTSI, post-traumatic stress injury. Complex, meaning it was a series of smaller things that accumulated over time, as opposed to traumatic, post-traumatic stress disorder, where there's one distinct large trauma. I actually have both. I think when you've got a kid who's a little bit of an oddball, their chances of being bullied, ostracized, picked on, abused, singled out by sexual predators are much higher, because we are just more vulnerable. We don't read people as well. So we are more likely, maybe than a kid who's not autistic, to just not pick up on the danger cues. And because we're not behaving like other children do, like I was told by my parent on a daily basis, why can't you just be normal? Why can't you just do this? And that adds up, right? So you've got a kid that's just they're an oddball. And when it comes to, I don't know, everybody's parents are, this way. Mine just didn't have time for that. And they would tell me that on the daily, kind of knock it off, get up to speed, do this, do that. Now that we know more about how autistic brains operate, parents have a lot more tools and a lot more resources to learn how to, work with their kids. So my point is that chances were we were more likely to be abused, and abuse leads to CPTSD. So also, those are global neurological differences. Complex PTSD is actually now being mapped on functional MRIs, and we can see that that is in the hippocampus area of the brain and the amygdala. Whereas autism, the differences are global. They're over the entire brain. What, buddy? The cat's trying to explain this, but I don't speak cat, so I wish I did, because she seems to have an answer. Yeah, so there is a notion with therapists that it's just CPTSD. I disagree with that, and I have that Bachelor of Science degree of psychology, so that makes me an expert. I'm joking. I'm not an expert, but I do know a little bit about it. And learning about autism has been I've done a deep dive on that in the last several years. So, having a therapist say, well, if you've got PTSD, you can't be autistic. No, I'm actually, being autistic makes me more likely to have incurred those sorts of traumas that would lead me to have complex PTSD. I don't think those can be mutually exclusive diagnoses. I think they go hand in hand. You show me someone who's 40, 50 years older or older who hasn't experienced a lot of trauma to, as society or as their parents or teachers have tried to get them to fit in. You're not just... yeah, you can tell I feel pretty strongly about that. And a therapist who makes that sort of claim is someone who just doesn't know enough about autism. And I'll tell you, as soon as I have a feeling that a medical person or a therapist doesn't know as much about a topic as I do, I am 100 done listening to them. And it's okay, they deal with a lot of different things. So if you're getting information from your therapist that's just kind of patting you on the head and saying, there, nah, it's a different thing. Oh, it's this. Move on and find somebody who has better education about it. Because there's a lot of things that are not really known about autism. Like I said, feeling that we're going to have a lot of diagnostic changes and in the instrument that we use in the United States to assess those things. It's because it's a body of knowledge that's evolving. Here in the States, we use something called the DSM, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychological and Developmental Disorders. So, hey, Fluffer. I just am so, I love having you here. I'm so happy to see you. I just have to stop and do this for a minute when Fluffer comes in. And you know what? I have always just been hand-flappingly happy about things. And for a long time, I would cross my arms over my chest to keep from doing this when I'm happy. So just try and say I'm not just. I think that's the secret handshake for autistic people when they're like happy to. We don't just do this. We do this at each other. Just me? No, not just me. Yeah. So how are you doing, Fluffer? What are you working on? Some paint pours, some neurograph. I still want to get on with you and do neurographic this. Sorry. I know I'm a lot. Whew. I don't know. The mask just keeps wanting to slap back on me and just make me go, oh no. No, people greet each other calmly. Not always. Not all people. Uh, I'm curious, Maya, what age did you start to talk? I think we might have talked about this before. Like, I had a lot of words in my first year of life. And then I kind of didn't talk. And when I was about 4, I saw something I thought I needed to tell people about. So I got out of my bed and climbed down and went out and found the adults. And I announced that pony does not belong in that field. And the adults all just flipped out. They all went, oh my God, she said a sentence. She was like, and I was standing there like tapping my little foot going, come on, the horse is, the pony is in there giving the horse a hard time. Well, somebody, we need to go get that pony out of that field right now. And they were just like, I can remember the adults just being freaking stupid. And eventually just going, and went back to my room and went back to looking out the window at the pony. Later, I read in my baby book, my mom said, yeah, she finally talked today and she came out just uh, uh, with a full sentence. When I read that and I went, yeah, like in my memory, I went, yeah, because I was telling you about the pony. Nobody would fix it. Like, I still remember that today. And then I talked to my family, but I didn't talk to other kids at school until I was in the 8th grade. You guys had never noticed because I'm just here going yippity yap. I had like there were words going in my brain. There was a dialogue or a monologue. And if the adults asked me a question, like if a teacher called on me, I'd talk. I'd turn bright red no matter what was asked of me, and then I just kind of went, well, I guess that's how I work, and I would just push through that. But I had, coherent, articulate answers with hyperlexia, a vocabulary that was, 10 years ahead of my age. And other kids, just really didn't talk to anybody. And then what happened in the 8th grade, why I started talking to people, is because somebody came in and gave me a really hard time about it and said, people would like you better if you'd talk. And it was kind of the first time it occurred to me that I really didn't talk to other students. I am not kidding you. I remember that day just going, remember what I was wearing, remember where the location I was in the school, which direction I was heading, what the weather was. And it's a little bit odd because for many years I did not have access to the school age memories. I have distinct, very clear memories of this event or that event, but to this day, I couldn't tell you who my 3rd grade teacher was. Apparently I didn't care. just went, oh, okay. And part of that is being bullied in school, and just not coding those memories in a normal way. They kind of got coded in a trauma way. It is an awesome rabbit hole, though. When, there's so many cool people. There's so much stuff to learn. Oh, these pencils dissolve so quickly, and the color, the pigment is so nice and bright. It's just a pleasure to work with them. If I could get my aqua brush to work, it might actually be better for this. Let's see if we can do that, and then I wouldn't have to be dipping my brush 27 times a minute. So anybody who wants to give these Pebble illustrations a try, you basically find yourself a piece of... I start with a piece of blank paper, and sometimes I will start with paper that's been on my workbench underneath another project. You ever put a piece of paper down and then you work and stuff kind of gets splattered or put into it, and then when you take your work off, you've got a piece of paper that's got some interesting stuff on it. I throw those papers into the bin for collage, and so sometimes I'll pull something out like that, and then I'll add a little bit more pigment. I like to use kind of been working with these Neocolor 2 guys. They're a wax crayon, so they work like a Crayola crayon, but as soon as you can use water and they dissolve into paint. And so I like those because you can just put your hands on and kind of get your hands in it. It's not as there's something that's gets into the really into the heart of creativity when you put your hands in the media. I really like to do that. Not everybody does. I think if you're not a person who's familiar with getting just splotches of color onto paper, and I mean splotches of color onto paper, that's where they start. Got this one going the other day. I just keep adding layers of color until I've got something that looks like I can start to see the shape. And your rocks might be different. Yours might be very circular or very five-sided. Mine are just kind of egg ovoid shapes. So once that starts to appear, then you can take your pen, and it could be a Sharpie or a permanent marker, something with permanent ink. And I just start tracing out those circles. That's where the mental magic happens. That moment where you think about where the point of the pen, the tip of the pen hits the paper. And I put my concentration right there. I just follow those lines. That's the part that helps your brain get calm. Putting the color on paper is just I think of that as preparatory. So if you had maybe a piece of paper and you crumpled it up, not watercolor paper, but something lighter weight, and then unfolded it, you could also trace around the folds and do the same thing. You might use a piece of gift wrap paper, maybe something that's printed with a modeled pattern. You might add alcohol marker to that or alcohol inks, depending on the surface of the paper. Some of those gift wrap papers have a shiny finish. They don't take media very well. But you don't have to build it from the white paper up the way I do it. Just find something that you look at it and you see shapes begin to emerge. Take a pen and just take a small piece of paper, maybe some of these early ones I work on, they're just a 3x3 piece of paper. And trace the shapes. And I don't know what's going to emerge on yours. Yours might be clouds or leaves or blades of grass or cat faces. I mean, I don't know. Mine end up being these pebble shapes like river rocks or like the rocks that you would see along the shoreline. I know that probably seems like it's a little bit wide open, and I know that can be challenging because it almost sounds like, oh, just go do what you want. It's not quite that. But I think if you just start with layering some colors on paper and just look for that moment when a lovely shape presents itself. So you might start on it and just go, well, I only found 6 things to trace. If that's where you're at, that's okay. There's no rule that you can't go back in and add some more layers of color. If it gets too dark, I use the white neocolor. It's a little bit, oh, hi, Sophia. Oh, I like the sound of that. I was headed over there, and I just was feeling kind of peopled. You know, it's kind of day, so I thought, you know what? I think I need to do a pebble drawing and decompress my brain a little bit. And I bet there are other people here who might benefit from a little bit of pebble time. So thanks for the heads up, Sophia. I appreciate it. Is she still going? If she is, tell her I said howdy, howdy. Hello. Actually, what I usually say is heya, but... So, Fluffer Squirrel, if you're still here, I'll say thanks for that that comment. It got my brain rolling. Now I'm thinking I should... Now I'm interested in using some other substrates besides just the ones that I've painted, because that might give other people ideas about how they can find their way into a mindfulness drawing practice. So I have had several people say just they would love to know, how do I do what I do? And I hesitate on that because that's a little bit of a different process than mindfulness drawing. And I believe that people should, that they will get more benefit if they find their way to their background. So I always want to encourage people to, it's just a piece of paper and some crayons and some color. The worst thing that happens is you make one that doesn't look like it's going to work. And I'll tell you, I make some of those. And what I do with them is, because I'm using water-based media, I have a vegetable brush at the sink, and I take those suckers to the sink and I run water over them and I scrub some of the paint off. And then I come back in and I put more layers of color on them. It's really very no fault. Hey, Barbara. Yeah, how was is Cricket good? You guys all good over there? I love the, you guys, I love the carb talk. I love food talk. Let's get so many good ideas from. Yeah, sometimes they just come along. Ooh. Yeah, dripping water on the oak, not good. Yeah, Maya says just turn the paper over and start over. Some of the ones that are, like, I get done with them, except I'm really not trying to create art per se. I'm just engaging in an exercise, but kind of the side effect is that you get these little works of art, right? And sometimes ones that I thought were going to be a disaster. Like, here's one that just didn't have any white left on the paper. This I'm working on has a lot of exposed paper. Sometimes I'm just in a mood to put a bunch of pigment down on the paper, and it can turn into this purple-brown muddy mess. I went with a Sharpie pen, which puts down a bigger, whiter deposit of darker ink. I also think I scrubbed this one. I think this is one I took to the sink and just washed the paint off and then came in and put other things on it. In my experience, just working your way through them will lead to a little 3-inch square of paper. This one has a lot of paint on it. Oh, Barb, that's a... You mean like if I took an X-Acto knife and cut out a silhouette of the letter and then... Yeah. Love that. So they usually start out here, and then sometimes they take an ugly turn. I just throw them over in the stack until one day I look at them and I see something that wants to I don't know how to explain it. I'll look at it and I will see a shape that I know I can trace, and then the color might resonate with me that day. Oh, this one's definitely been scrubbed. Sometimes you just want to cover a piece of paper with a crayon and then go wash it off. I don't know. Oh yeah, like the color blindness tests. Yeah. Let's see. I got a lot of these. This color is just popping off the page. It's that Geranium Lake. Is that a beautiful name? Permanent Carmine Red. burnt carmine. Half the time I pick them for their color, and half the time I pick them because they've got cool names. Pale geranium lake. I know I was fretting a bit last week over the expense. And as I was in the art supply store, I was, I think no matter what your budget is, all of us probably have to draw a line and exercise a little self restraint, not buy everything we want. And I was fretting a little bit about the expense. And I will say this week now, after having been able to work with the pencils a little bit, now I'm just feeling like, yeah, that was some money well spent. I've gotten a lot of enjoyment and a lot of energy. I don't know, not exactly inspiration, but sometimes when you resupply, it can infuse a little bit more of a dynamic energy into your work. So you're feeling a little stale, I would say. If you're a little frustrated or just feel a little burned out, and you can treat yourself to a new and just a little art supply, a new pencil or dip into um, a new color or maybe a new media. Maya says, I think I like all the colors that have burnt in them. Me too. Okay, I see a question here. Can't you just use alcohol to remove some ink or with masking fluid? Um, Maya, can you just tube that? I don't know how you got that in here because that's a word that I had in my Okay, so back to the question. The question is, I'm using water-based media, so that's why I can just go to the sink and use water. And sometimes I don't go to the sink. Sometimes I just use a synthetic brush with a kind of a stiff bristle, and I'll get it real wet, and I'll just scrub and dab off and lift up some of the color. I like that quite a lot too. When the watercolor paint dries, quite often it's edge. You can see that on this see these hard edges? So I'll just come in and just kind of get after them with the brush and work that hard edge out. Yeah, so I don't think I have to resort to alcohol or masking fluid. And masking fluid is a bit overkill for these. I'm working with them in a more spontaneous way where I'm not deliberately planning out highlight areas. Masking fluid is good when you know what your highlights are going to be, if you already know what you're painting ahead of time. And by being mindful, that is a deliberate attempt to stay in the present moment. Masking fluid and highlights would be planning. So that would be kind of a future trip. I want to stay right in the present. Does that make sense? Yeah. I don't know. Why? What did I miss? What did I miss, Barbara? Why am I being fancy pants? I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to know which particular thing I did this time. Uh, I don't know. Somebody, I didn't read the whole thing. It was somebody saying he was having wanted to have a party in my forum over some victory. I just wanted to ignore. So, and also it had some variation on words that I have in my blocked words list. So when I see that, I know that it's like I've already made a decision about what I want to fly in here. And you guys know, if you've been reading my community posts, I'm on the bandwagon of this is my space. You can say that. You can say it all you want to do over in your space. And I'm not making any apologies for that. So I'm going to have to live with those knuckleheads and their gloating for the next 4 years. So I'm not going to expose you guys to it in here any more than serves us. Because I'll be a speckled hen if I serve Donald Trump in this space. Okay. So I haven't really figured out the right amount of the squeeze and with these type of brushes, it's got a reservoir. You fill it with water, and so you don't have to continually go and dip water. I will say I've tried a couple of different brands. If you're using them, there are some that are made in Japan. They're a few bucks more, and they're well worth it. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that support. It's I do tend to stop and think before I go on some rant, and one of the thoughts is I don't want to alienate people. I don't want to make people feel unhappy or on the other side because of something that I've said. Most of the time, when I post a statement or it's something I feel strongly about, you don't have to feel the same way I do. I don't require that people that I hang out with share my point of view. I worry, and then every time I do post a kind of a ranty community post, I do drop a few handful of subscribers. It's just that my content, or maybe my point of view is not what they're here for, and that's okay. I'm learning that more often than not, I have folks who show up in the comments and they say, yep, I was thinking that too, or I was feeling that too. And I'm becoming less afraid to voice my opinion just because it's strong. I do try to come from a principled, ethical place. I'm not trying to be harsh to people or mean to people. And you guys are here, so I know I'm preaching to the choir. I'll try to get my mind off of it and get back to the project at hand. Hi, buddy. What? Are you lonesome? I'm sorry. You're okay. Alrighty, let's just lay in a little bit more colored pencil here. My goodness. 18 in the you guys are gonna make me flustered. I'm not used to a little crowd. Oh, Andy, we're not happy either. You can say a few things. It's okay today. You can let it fly. 'Cause it's a special day, and yeah. Well, I went on the internet and drew circles on paper, so yeah. I'm in the phase of it where I'm just trying to tell myself I only have to put up with this for 4 years. And then we've gotten through stuff we didn't agree with. In politics, we've survived it before, so and also, like, I dug through the stack of blanks. I was like, this one's too red. I couldn't find anything in blue tones. You guys know, if you've been around here for a while, like, if you look at the stack of paintings, they're all blue, green, teal. Think I could find a damn thing in blue? No. No. Fluffer, please. Please, you may. Thank you for always... You are always so good about consent. I do like this part where I'm just looking at one little circle. There's something about it that's just quiets my brain. If I can just force some order onto one tiny little area. I guess, I don't know. We don't have to explain why it makes us happy. Or calms us. It's okay to just do it. We could use wisdom, whimsy, outrageousness. Criticism, critique. The Dentist and the Candy Shop Owner, story by Socrates. Mm-mm. All right, I'm gonna... Let's see, one thing at a time. So if you read The Dentist and the Candy Shop Owner, story by Socrates, that helps Fluffer wrap their brain around the whole turkeys voting for Christmas vibe. Okay. I used to read Marcus Aurelius a fair bit. I haven't probably picked up my book of that in 10 years, and I should. It's some useful stuff with those uh, Romans and Greeks. Uh, cookies. Cookies. Yeah, I was kind of complaining earlier because I went to the grocery store a couple days ago and I forgot to buy treats. I usually I go around the perimeter of the store and I kind of come back into the aisles, so I get the vegetables and the cheese and the stuff, and then I get a couple of treats, and I was overwhelmed, and so I had to wait for people so I could get the cat food, and there was a lot of people and a lot of noise and sensory overwhelm, blah blah. And so I left without getting my ice cream or cookies. So here, 2 days later, now I'm like, I'm, I'm grumpy because I don't have cookies. They make things better. Okay, Randy Rabbit asks, what am I doing with these beautiful works after? There is a stack of 50 of these suckers just stacked on the edge of my workbench. I have this wild idea that there's an art show that's held in Central Oregon once a year, and it's something like the $20 art show. It's held at the High Desert Museum in Bend, Oregon. An art gallery started it like 20 years ago, and all of the works are sold for $20. So they had something like over 6,000 entries this year, or 6,000 works of art, and it goes from like Friday through Sunday, and you buy the art and they take it off the wall and off you go. So I think these would be perfect for that $20 art show. So I'm thinking about that. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. I haven't sold stuff. I was selling my artwork in galleries when I was 17. So I did that for quite a while. I used to do screen print, serigraphs, fine art screen prints, and I sold those, and black and white photography prints. But I haven't done it in a long time. And, okay, you guys are having. I'll have to look at that story later, so. I don't know if it's a choice between dentist and candy. I'll put in a preliminary vote leaning towards candy because I love candy. I'm neither proud nor ashamed. It's just essentially, yeah. Just essentially of many fond memories of candy. I don't understand people who say, "Oh, I don't like you," when you're like, "Would you like candy?" No, I'm not really in the mood. What? What does that even mean? I don't. How does that? How does that work? Okay, but let's start a riot if I ask you guys, cake or pie? My birthday's coming up, so my favorite question when I get asked, what kind of birthday cake do you want this year? And I have an answer for that, which is key lime pie. Not that I won't eat a slice of cake, but I think that color's going to be too dark. Well, immediately no. I live in Oregon, and we have hybridized a type of a blackberry that we call a Marion berry, and it's brighter, more like a raspberry, and it's big, like twice the size of your standard blackberry. And if you ever get a chance to have a slice of Marion berry pie, that is the sine qua non of pies. Oh, strawberry rhubarb is delicious as well. And tell me that you're not eating a pie that has rhubarb and strawberries in it. Strawberry rhubarb is a variety of rhubarb. Strictly speaking, that's just a rhubarb pie, but it's strawberry rhubarb. Oh, Fluffer has a solution for the dentist versus the candy shop. She votes we keep the dentist, we all make our own candy and swap it, everyone gets dental care and a plethora of candy and pays all their bills. I like a rhubarb crisp where you put the oatmeal mixed with butter and brown sugar and a little touch of salt on top, and you bake it, and then that crumble part just gets all crispy. It's such a nice counterpoint, that sweet crispiness, to the soft, astringent tanginess of rhubarb. I'm kind of excited for the holidays. I didn't really do much last year because I was dealing with my heart stuff, and standing and cooking was not happening. But I love it when the weather starts to get cool and get back in the kitchen, and I like to bake edibles because that's legal where I live. And once the weather turns and you get the temperature dropping, it's just more of a pleasure to be in the kitchen with the hot stove going and those wonderful aromas when you're baking. And then later, you could just sit down and put your feet up and just do a little baking. Barbara, thanks for spending time with us. Yeah, if you've had some fellowship and a little bit of art and you're feeling sleepy, you should go ahead and I love having you here, but I don't want to hold you hostage. I just want you to be your best, well-rested artist selves. So, as always, I appreciate your company. And I'll say this to all of you. I appreciate how kind that you are to one another in chat. It means the world. And I'm glad that you are just so supportive and just yay. Babble babble. I gotta tell you, I'm a little flummoxed. We got we got a score of people in here. Um, so I love that people are finding something. And enjoying the art, enjoying the conversation. Yeah. Yeah, Randy, that's I do take some steps to try to get that. Randy says a nice atmosphere with kindness and caring and no yucky stuff going on. Right? I'm thinking I bought some cartoonist's ink that's bright white, the Kuretake ink. I've tried using it. It's it's kind of the middle of the dark part of the day here where I'm at. Um, and when I've put it on at night, I'll come back to it the next day in daylight. It looks really harsh, so I'm gonna come back and do that. Usually, I put the shadows in, and then I come in and I do some of the highlights. And this white is just mixing right in with these warm colors. It looks nice, but I think I do want a few touches of height. But um, again, I'll do that during daylight. Fluffer says, really good for a vertical stream. I find that uh, my vertical streams will often run 600 plus views. My horizontal run 22 to 35. So while I'm in this phase of developing my channel, I've finally clicked over to 200 subscribers. So that's I need 500 to be able to sell merchandise, which is my goal with channel development. And I need 3,000 watch hours, and I'm over 1,100 watch hours. So that's on track. And I know that if I am going to go with the horizontal format, which I know that has some options for you to slide backwards and rewatch things, or to change the playback speed, the quality. But I can't afford to do those until I've got those milestones met. And I do plan to do, once I've reached that goal, I do tend to do at least one horizontal stream per week so that you guys can have the advantages of a horizontal stream. Yeah, we're in a vertical stream. The format is vertical, and it goes out. It's fed out on YouTube slightly differently than the horizontal feeds are. So it gets more exposure. That gives me a chance to get my art to more people and maybe earn more subscribers. It also it just has some different options when you're live streaming than the side-to-side one. Yeah, and Fluffer's bringing up a point. It gets more eyes on the feed, but it also attracts more trolls. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I do have to have it oriented in this way, but it's both things. The orientation of the camera, and they're two separate feeds. Yeah. So, Fluffer, you guys do some of that. I have found m- when I don't make my feed subscriber only, I get a ridiculous amount of trolls that really disrupt the flow of the feed. I've got to stop and deal with them. When I set it to subscriber only, I still get some trolls. For a while, I set it with subscribers of the channel of 5 minutes or longer. And then I experimented to see, because it worked well. I would have a good chat and I didn't have too much trolling. And I thought, but I would have people come in and they say, hey, I had to wait 5 minutes before I could say hello to you. So I l- experimented with lowering that barrier for people who wanted to come in and say hi, because 5 minutes that's a lot of time to ask of people. So I dropped it down, and when I have it at 1 minute, it turns out that's enough. Most trolls do not have 60 seconds worth of patience. So for me and what I've got going here, and every once in a while somebody will just, they take the time to subscribe. They hang out for 60 seconds and they come in here and they just got to, say what they think they need to say, and I go, yeah, no, block. Um, but just that simple change of just making it subscribers of 1 minute to the channel of 1 minute or longer. That's all it seems to take to really just cut down most all the trolling. Um, no, there aren't right now. We had a couple earlier, and I just, uh, yeah, somebody, somebody came in and had some kind of like, what happened to your hand and how old are you? That kind of, that sort of, not exactly trolling, but just not really good manners, and we had a little bit of Trumpy nonsense. So, I do. The phone is literally this far from my eyeballs, so I do see stuff. I, I don't always um, don't always catch everything, but I catch the names. So if a new name comes in, I keep a close eye on what they say and how they treat other people. And you've seen me. I'll stop what the hell I'm doing and just go, no, not here. Because it's important to me that I want you guys to have a nice, relaxing time. I don't want you to have to put up with somebody giving anybody nonsense, and I don't want you to have to watch me taking nonsense from somebody. That's the thing about YouTube. Anybody who wants to do nonsense is free to start their own nonsense channel. So, yeah, this is like, well, I'll take a couple questions. I figure, there's young people who just really haven't been taught, you know, some manners, and some of it's curiosity, and you can ask. My experience with that kind of stuff is that they ask a couple of times, and then it escalates. I don't really often see people ask rude questions and then settle in and behave. So that's why I've just learned to be not overly willing to have that dance. And I'm okay with that. There's a lot of stuff on. Yeah, this isn't gonna. The content I'm doing isn't gonna save anybody's life. It's purely entertainment, and if somebody gets locked out of it because they were being a little bit rude, it's not gonna be the end of the world for them. Alrighty, I'm trying to get a focus on a close up here. Is my quality hanging in for you guys? I know the last live stream, I went back and looked at it after it processed, and it was kind of a miserable one. So if any of you were hanging out on my last one, Thank you. Thank you so much. Because I know that wasn't the easiest on the eyes. Good. Yeah, it just has to do with the 5G, because I don't have Wi-Fi, so if there's a lot of traffic on it, sometimes it just doesn't look as good as I'd like it to. All right, since you guys are still here hanging out, I'm just going to start another quick one. Probably just a little bit more, and we'll go if you like. Yeah. So in looking at this one, if I wasn't running a live stream and didn't need something to get started on, left to my own devices, I would probably put another layer of color on this. But let's do some outlines and see where it goes. Sometimes when they have perfect shapes, they go really quickly. And that's satisfying. I have found that the ones that make me slow down and look are more relaxing. That when I finish with them, I just feel like my body's more relaxed, my mind is calmer. So I don't think the backgrounds have to be perfectly developed or at an ideal spot. I think anytime there's just some splash of color on the paper, they're useful. Your brain just has to slow down, your hand slows down a little bit. Look down at the details and pick out a shape, or sometimes just impose a shape. I generally try to kind of work with what is on the paper. I think you could also come through and just ignore what's on the paper. Just draw the shapes to suit your own whimsy and imagination. There, there aren't restrictive rules about this. Just, I guess, a few guidelines and some encouragement. My, I think my favorite part is making these little interstices and then putting the tiny little pebbles, just tucking them in there. There's something very satisfying about that part of it. I've settled on the 03 micron as my go-to. I will sometimes use the 01, which is a finer pen, and do the tiny pebbles with the 01. But Pigma Micron offers a whole range of fine liners and varying thicknesses, so they run about $3 and change, and they last quite a long time. I'll use just an ultra fine point Sharpie. The Pigmas, you've kind of got to hunt those down. These guys, you can often find these in grocery stores or drugstores. You don't have to necessarily, make your way to the art supply place. And I go with a permanent marker or a pigment marker. These are Sharpies are dye-based, Pigmas are pigment-based. Both of them are waterproof. So when I get done with this step, I can come back in and I can use water-based media to draw in the shadows and the highlights. Now, if you had alcohol-based media to add those shadows and highlights, you could probably go with a water-based marker for this step. I don't like it when the media goes running. That's so when the media flows and you didn't expect it, that's just a little bit more serendipity than I can comfortably roll with. I do. Oh, some of the paint I use. Right, some of this is gouache. It's Japanese Gansai Tambi, which is a gouache. It can actually be diluted into a fully transparent wash. Nice. Randy says she's working on getting some gesso on the pages, and so I see somebody's got questions about gouache paint, which is a water-based paint that's opaque. Watercolor is water-based and translucent. Gouache can be applied in layers, and it covers up what's underneath of it. Watercolor allows what's underneath to show through. There's an artist that I follow, and I think the account is Sava, S-A-V-A. I don't know if Maya, if you also follow Sava, he works in gouache, and he does just amazing illustrations. Like, I think, like, illustrates Pixar movies level of illustrations using gouache. But he's a delightful account, does a lot of shorts that are just charming and encouraging. And his go-to medium is gouache. So if you're curious about that, I will try to remember to throw a link to his channel in my description of this video when I edit it. And if anybody else has any recommendations for artists you follow who are handy with gouache paint, feel free to name drop them in the comments. Or if you know how to do a link, I think my comments allow that now. And if you don't know how to do it, just put the name and I will follow up on the comments and add a link for others. So there's a question asking about gouache compared to acrylic. The benefit of gouache is that you can use watercolor brushes with it, and the cleanup is pretty easy. It's Well, in my experience, now I'm using the Japanese-made Gansai Tambi, and they're formulated a little bit differently. They have a different binder from the classic European gouache. I find that they are fairly opaque in covering one color over the next. If you get them really wet and you put them on, you will re-wet the gouache underneath. With acrylic, once it's dry, it's not going anywhere. It's dry, it's done. It has a whole different cleanup protocol than a water-based paint. So if you leave your brush set a little bit too long, the acrylic will dry in your brush and your brush is done. So when I'm working with acrylics, I find that I go through the brushes. So don't use your watercolor brushes with acrylic paint, because it gets into the ferrule, and you just can't get it washed out. So these are the bristles, this is the ferrule. The acrylics will get up into this area and they'll dry hard. So with your watercolor brushes, like your classic rounds, you want them to stay very flexible. You don't really want a core of dried stuff in there. When you do that, you lose the brush's capacity to make a beautiful watercolor mark. So gouache also, you can use it with watercolors. You can also use watercolors with acrylic. You can mix a watercolor paint with an acrylic medium, and it'll be much more translucent, but it will be more permanent as well. Depending on, obviously if you just have 1 part acrylic medium and 9 parts watercolor, you can re-wet it and lift it. You'll have 10% stuck down to the paper and it'll look messy. Don't recommend it, but you can use watercolor paint to tint acrylic medium. So there is a group of paint, acrylic gouache. I've not used it. I don't understand it. It's probably kind of awesome. Yeah, I love this. I always try to do it. Let's talk about the art materials segment. I think we do that on most streams. That's the cool thing about having artists in the chat, is we do get to talking about the technical aspects of various either techniques or media. Quite often we get into a little bit of art history or talk about our favorite artists, which I love that as well. I'm always down to talk about art. Yeah, has anybody in here used the acrylic gouache? So Maya says she has used the acrylic gouache as a base layer because it will. Now, do you use it as a base layer for your watercolor paintings or your acrylic paintings or both? Lori. I've just been dying to hear about your trips to cool places in Europe, and I love that you stopped by. Thank you so much. How's work? How's stinky truck guy? Poor Lori has to use a company vehicle, and we got a lot of laughs one night. Just I don't think you were laughing. She was trying to get through a shift, and whoever had the truck ahead of her had just had he'd kind of been a stinky Stan, left a bit of an environment for her to have to deal with. So I always see you and I always think, oh, I hope you didn't have to share a truck with that guy again. So yeah, I do pay attention to you guys. It's still not quite sure about all of this parasocial relationship caution. For some reason, I have interacted on bulletin boards, and then I've had an Instagram account, which is static. So you have people who make comments. You're not interacting with them in real time. This this thing of being able to live stream and interact with people in real time feels like a different variety of it's not, in the real world friendship, but it's not quite just a parasocial imaginary kind of a thing either. And I'm always curious about how people hang out, how they get along, and what they, the culture, right? And I think there's an interesting culture developing around these spaces that could be quite positive for some folks. Alrighty. Yeah, the internet stuff, me too. Yeah, that was an early adopter of the internet stuff. The old BBSs and that sort of a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Maya, if you want to drop a link to that one. No, I said 20 minutes. I got about 40 seconds to tell you guys how grateful I am. This is 140-pound watercolor paper. Something like, I'm not sure. Something like I picked up this one. These guys were a different brand, but it's something along this pad. If you can find this, 30 pages. It's 4x8, so I can get two 4x4 out of it, and it was $6.75. Yeah, Dan K. Well, boy, do you have a knack. Now we have to run a little longer. Yeah. Dan, if you would sign back in with your woodworking channel name, if that's not too much trouble, I'll be happy to have Maya drop a link for your channel. Everybody, I'm just gonna shine a little light on you. Dan, he got his 50 subscribers, and he did his first live stream last week, and I'm just blown away. His very first live stream went more than 2 hours, and yeah, I don't think you realize just what an accomplishment that was. It was just terrific. He does some woodworking. He's setting up his studio space, his woodworking shop, and he made a really cool uh, wooden tabletop Christmas tree where the wood spirals around a dowel. And there she goes. All right, so this first link. Okay, there's Dan's channel. Thank you, Maya. Yeah, that was you're very welcome, Dan. And I thought you did, like, I know I told you to just look in the camera and smile, and I noticed you did that at the beginning of your video. So um, it 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 does help to kind of make yourself known at first, whether it's just a verbal greeting. I know when I first started, I would just kind of plow into what I was doing, and people said, "Do you think you could tell us who you are and what you're up to?" So that helps people connect, and then um, it helps your viewer retention if you can do that. And yeah, so he is on his way. And I will say, your chat was really engaged. You had a lot of people in there. So just terrific job. Good job. I hope you're feeling, yeah, I hope you feel like I mean, hell, just well done. Well done. So, well, you guys, we still have 17 people in here. You guys want to do another drawing? Still want to hang out? I've been hanging on to this kind of cool piece of paper. Let's see what happens with that. Yeah, I'm one of those advice giving people. I know sometimes it can get a bit much for people, so just you're such a good sport about me. Do this, do that. But I'm really happy for you, and I can't wait to see what cool projects you're going to be making. And yeah, you want to trade a painting? You want to trade a Pebble painting for one of those cool trees? I got stacks of them. I know this one isn't teal. I can do you one this size in teal. Yeah, and did you indulge me for a minute? The art show portion of the program, I've been working on this is a tree I've been working on. I've gotta figure out the colors for the little squirrel tucked up in the branches. Yeah. I've been looking at this piece. It has these. I'll try to get it up here so you can get a look at it. It has these really cool blooms. The color diffuses. Yeah, isn't that fun? And I think I'm going to go with, I usually use black, but I also have sepia, and I like the sepia on some of the, it's just a little bit softer. It's kind of a dark brown. Yeah, that was the stream that had really cruddy quality, was this tree. So I finally was working on something that wasn't just blobs and pebbles, and there was just a lot of internet traffic. So sometimes I just get a lovely clear signal and I don't have the stream drop. That one, Oh, it dropped. I almost gave up on the live stream about 7 minutes into it because it had dropped and I'd had to restart 3 times. It was just kind of, and I can't figure it out what time it's good and what time it's not. There doesn't seem to be a pattern to it. Alrighty. Deep breath. Sometimes I've got a little trepidation. I just feel like this has potential to be a really good one, and I'm worried about the art outcome. They they end up the best when I just let myself relax into it, find some flow, and just let it emerge. Those are the pieces I like best. Sometimes I wish I would make a few notes about what colors I've used on the back, because I've got this golden green and then this more of a blue green, and I did another swatch. I do know what these were. These were the Japanese Kansai Tambi. This was the gouache, and it's been very diluted, so there's a lot of the reflectance of the white through it. My brain just, sometimes you just stop trying to pressure your brain and it'll kick out an answer. This was a mix of Prussian blue and Mars yellow to get these greens. Yeah, I get a much better signal in the middle of the dang night. It's just I'm I'm on the I'm on the in on the west coast of the United States, so it's kind of the middle of the night for me. Did I show you guys my voting injury? I broke a fingernail trying to get my ballot into the ballot box yesterday. It's tragedy. Uh, it didn't hurt, so I'm laughing. Who hurts themselves voting? There's actually historically there have been some pretty serious voting catastrophes, tragedies, and crimes. I tried. Just that's just that's just the kind of goofball I am. Uh, I put the ballot in and then it just kind of hung there in the little door, so I just reached out to give it a boop, and huh, some days I'll trip on the line in the linoleum. Just don't always know where I am in space. We were talking a little bit earlier about traits of autism, and that is something that that kind of clumsiness. A lot of people with autism struggle with that. Our nervous system, including, our motor nerves and our sensory nerves, it's just not. It's either not processing the way that a neurotypical person does, or um, it's just a little bit different. No, there was somebody says they were picturing the little door clap down and bite my fingernail off. I was trying to vote hard. Vote hard and go home. Um, it was a metal box and it had a slot in it that was kind of not very much bigger than the envelope. So they're designed that way so that somebody can't fish in a string with a piece of something sticky on it and pull ballots back out of it. So you've in a car reaching out through the window, driving up to something I've never driven up to before, and then trying to get my hand out the window and get this thing in, and I got it in, and I thought it was in far enough to drop, and I let go of it, and it just sort of hung there in midair. And so I was just trying to get it back in, but there was a lip that came out over the slot, because it's Oregon, we have rain, so everything will have, some sort of like a lip to keep rain from coming off the top of the box and just filling the part where the ballots go in. So I just thought I'd be, a wise guy and just reach out and go boop. And when I did that, my finger caught the lip and it just took off the Yeah, I don't know. They can't make everything safe in the world for people like me. Just it needed like a little rubber protective edge there. I still would have probably, bopped my fingernail off, but I will say I'm slightly proud of myself for trying that hard. No, I'm not wired right. But I did get my ballot into the ballot box, and somewhere there's some poor ballot counter out down at county elections, probably feeding that sucker into a vote counting machine. Anyway, there were all kinds of important offices, and there were a couple of constitutional amendments on the ballot in Oregon, so it was kind of going through the gamut of emotions this evening and felt a little like, there's a bit of futility in some of the races, and then there are a couple of other things that are, they're also important, and our legislators, those offices are important too, so. Did my nail count as an extra vote? No. No. Um, so, okay, we've got some questions about the. Uh, um, we get mailed a ballot, and it's an envelope, and then there's inside there's a big kind of a cardstock weight ballot, and it'll have a description, and it'll have little boxes, yes or no, or a box beside the names. So we can fill those out at home. Every state is different too. So in Oregon, you can fill those out and you can mail them, or you can take them into the elections office and hand them to a clerk, or you can go to places where we have ballot boxes. So you would fill that out, use a black pen to fill out the box, fold it up, and then there's an envelope that it goes into. So you put it in that envelope, seal it, you sign your name on the outside of it. So when it goes back to county elections, they'll check off that you returned a ballot. They don't look at your vote, that stays private. Your name is not included on the ballot, it's just put on the outside of the envelope. And yeah, once you seal it in that envelope, it's got, now ours have, they didn't always have this, but now they've got a prepaid postage. You used to have to put a stamp on them. And I think that was kind of unfair because not everybody has a stamp, but everybody should be able to vote. So that's changed. And now the postage is included. So if I were to have mailed it and it was postmarked today, it has 7 days to arrive to elections. So Oregon's, we won't finalize our elections until 7 days out because there's still ballots that are en route. I like to take mine to the county elections office and put it into a secure box. But, we have a lot of different options so that the idea is that we make voting accessible to more voters. When first time I voted, I went to a polling place, and those are usually in churches, schools, government offices. Pretty much every neighborhood would have a polling place, and you'd stand in line until there was a voting booth, which would just be a little square with a curtain, and you go in and there's a table, and you would get your ballot and you would mark it, and then you'd come out of the booth and hand it to a county elections worker while it was sealed in an envelope. So, and everybody's different, but I miss those days of just, it felt somehow more official and more, I don't know, more like your vote was definitely going to the right place. But when we voted that way, we would have people who would have some precincts you might have to stand in line sometimes for hours because you would have to wait, until there was an open voting booth, and there were a lot of things on the ballot. It could be a while, and so not every boss would say, "Boy, employees, you get time to go vote." But it was kind of cool, And then for a little while, we had what we called voting machines, which were actually just a device that you laid your paper on, and there was instead of a pen, you had a metal stylus that was attached and you would use it to poke the Chad out of the ballot. Yeah. Buddy, the Chad says hello to you. Yeah, I live under the flight path for Canada geese. And every once in a while, a flock will pass over, and she hears them, and she'll come and she meows that she can. I I guess she's telling me that they're. What the heck is that? You know, maybe she seems to react to the sound of the geese because they honk, and you could. Yeah, I can hear them inside my house. Those suckers are loud. Oh yeah, fire hall. So yeah, so you still have in-person voting. See, we don't even have that option anymore, Dan. I don't know. I don't know why I liked it. I just did. I liked you'd go down, you'd get your sticker. You know, the little election ladies would just go, "Thank you for fulfilling your civic duty." There'd, there'd usually be a sheriff's deputy or somebody outside because you weren't allowed to campaign within so many feet of a polling place. So if you came in and you were wearing a T-shirt that had a candidate on it, they would ask you to go. Usually, what they would have you do is like if the polling. I used to vote at a polling place that was an elementary school, so they'd direct people down to the restrooms and they'd have them turn their T-shirts inside out, and then you could come vote. It's a whole scene. No sticker. Oy. Well, that's a disappointment. You know, that could be my disappointment with the vote by mail because you don't get a sticker. If you take it into the county elections office at the counter, they do have them. But you have to work to get that sticker. It's shaping up interestingly with I always find the ones with lots of negative space very appealing when I'm finished. But as I'm putting the paint on the paper, it's so hard to not put paint all over the paper because putting color on paper is kind of fun. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to get myself off the voting and elections thing. And I have a question for you, folks in chat. And of course, you know my questions always have preambles. So the preamble is: last year I was absolutely not excited at all. I didn't even get together. I'd had a I'd actually broken up with the person I'd been with for about 3 years right before Thanksgiving. So I didn't, and I don't have family in town, don't have much family left at all. So I did not celebrate either Thanksgiving or Christmas or New Year's. And I just had zero enthusiasm for it last year. And this year, like, I am looking forward to Thanksgiving, and I'm looking forward to the cooking and putting together the feast, and I just wish I had family in town uh, to celebrate with. So I think I'm going to contact my family that's out of town, and I might make a little trip this year. I just can't remember the last time I was that excited about turkey and pie. How are you guys feeling about it? Uh, Thanks, Dan. It's okay. I lost 185 pounds right there that day, so it worked out okay for me. No, I was bent out of shape about it, but there were some things going on that I was getting financially abused by the man I'd been dating, and so it finally came to a head, and I realized what was going on, and I stopped listening to the yappity yappity and started looking at the reality of what happened, and said no more. And I think I spent a lot of time just kind of processing that I had gotten involved in another abusive relationship. And these people that do financial fraud, they get away with it. They're successful with it because they have very smooth ways, they appear to be mannerly and kind, and, you know, they behave in a deceptive way. They're, I was thinking, well, he's nice. He's, you know, the rest of it. But at the end of the day, when you do the math wasn't mathin'. So, because we had a lot in common, because he was a smooth operator. I could certainly have seen still continuing to be on with it if I had. Well, I don't know. He might have been exploitive to me to the level of I think now, because I'm on disability income, so I don't have a lot of resources. So when somebody starts getting their hand in my pocket, you become aware of that fairly quickly. And I think, well, if I'd just had more money, would it have not been an issue? But he probably would have just escalated um, his scam. I don't. And I'm still kind of messed up in the head about it. I think, was he really intending to do that? I mean, I don't. I keep kind of talking myself through it. It doesn't matter what he intended. That was what he did, and so I have to let him be responsible for that and stop making excuses for it. Because that's what I did for months. As I was going, did he really just do that? Did he just say he left his wallet in the car yet again? Yeah, that's exactly what he did. Yeah. Yes, too. I am always excited for pie. It's one of the joys of life. Yeah. Well, I'm just, it's rare that there's still 15 or 20 people in, it's rare that there are ever 15 or 20 people in here in the first place. So when I look up at that little number and I see that everybody's, must be enjoying it because they're hanging out. And frankly, most of the time I finish a live stream, it's rare that I just go ahead into bed. I'm usually still up, very often still at the table doing artwork for another couple hours. So, uh, it's, uh, it's within my capacity to go several hours on a stream. If it wasn't, I'd wrap it up. And I don't know if you guys have been having trouble with your streams, but the last several times we've had a good live stream going, for some reason the chat has crashed. So I'll get an email, I'll look up and I'll see that we've had something hanging. And one thing you guys are always great about is that the chat does it just kind of smoothly rolls along. And so every once in a while, I'll have it and I'll go, I haven't seen anything roll for 20 minutes. And without the chat, I haven't really figured out how to just sit here and talk to myself. I really like talking with you guys and interacting with the people who are there in chat. So once the chat locks up, I tend to wrap up the stream. And partly that is, I feel like I've got to keep my stream, the contents of it, within the YouTube terms of service. So if I can't see what's going on, I don't know if somebody's out there talking about some of the topics that are, I agree to be here under the terms of service, and there's a whole list of things that range from eating disorders to self-harm to explicit violence, and it's I'm always aware that there are people that are in here who are possibly young people, and so I just don't want my chat to be where I can't keep an eye on it. So I think I'm answering a question nobody asked. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. So Dan says he's sharing that chat has been crashing a lot lately, and he's got to turn it to top messages and then back to all messages to kind of reset it. So yeah, I had tried to do that the other day, and it's a little bit like it's just the tiniest little icon down in the corner, and sometimes I can do that, and sometimes I just bumble and end up ending the live stream abruptly. So, and that is easier to get reset in horizontal. I think Randy's retired for the morning. We were talking about the differences between the horizontal and the vertical live stream, and I do think chat is a bit of more of a challenge in this format, but if it ran perfectly, it wouldn't be YouTube, right? I will try that tip the next time it happens. And again, since it's YouTube, we know it. We know there will be it next time. Guys, a bucket list, a pie eating bucket list. Yes, Maya. You can just be testing pie without having a bucket list. You can just make that your weekly goal. Yeah. Oh, Dan says he had a homemade apple pie the other day, and he may or may not have eaten the majority of it on that first day. May or may not have been him. Yeah. Dan says sometimes when it locks up, he'll scroll, but sometimes on the vertical live feed stream, scrolling can indeed be dangerous. Speaking of things that violate the terms of service, I have needed to wash my eyeballs a time or two. My goodness. What do you do? Like a fruit and pastry kind of a dessert of some kind? Everybody in the world must have that. Maya says she lives in Norway, but they don't really have pie there. Oh, oh, a world without pie. Oh, that makes me so sad. Oh, this pen is on its last leg. With the black ones, I've got a supply just standing by, but this was, I ordered a set. It had 3 black ones and then a sepia, green and red, which I don't really use the green or red, or haven't yet. So there was only one sepia, and I thought I would order the pack and just try this out, and I really like it. There's something just a little bit softer about it that's just visually very appealing. So, you know, you've been live streaming a long time when your pen runs out of ink. Well, hello, Trigger Happy Customs. That's a new name for our chat. Welcome in. Taking a break from your paintings, eating cinnamon rolls with your dog. That sounds like we might become friends. We've got the third Pebble drawing of the evening going here. And we've had some lively discussion about gouache versus watercolor versus acrylics. Okay, Trigger Happy Customs. Bear eating salmon, mixed media, more abstract. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. We love our salmon. Indeed we do. I'm in Oregon. So, hello, fellow moss-covered artist. Maya says we have entered the carb portion of today's program. I'm okay with that. A fruit salad with vanilla sauce on it, like a custard? So pie crust is basically flour, a little bit of salt, and if you were my grandmother, you would have used lard. I use something we call Crisco, which is a fat that is solid at room temperature and it's white, and it doesn't have any flavor. And it's probably about equal parts flour and fat. And you cut that together and then roll it out and bake it. And that's our pie crust. And some pies have crust on the bottom, and some have crust on the bottom and the top. My favorite types of pies are ones that use fruit filling. But we also do quite a few pies that you would bake the bottom crust and then fill that with a cream filling that would basically be like a pudding with whipped cream and maybe banana cream pie or chocolate cream pie. But I think your classic American pie is going to have a mixture of fruit that is sliced up and then tossed with some sugar, maybe a little lemon juice, like something like blueberries with some sugar, nutmeg, cinnamon, a little bit of lemon juice, a little bit of salt, and some cornstarch. And then it's baked, usually about an hour, so the pie crust gets flaky and golden, and the fruit releases its juices, and then the cornstarch helps those juices to what's the word I'm looking for? It forms a. If you just cook the blueberries without cornstarch, when you cut into it, the blueberries would just run all over. The cornstarch thickens it up, and it keeps the filling in the triangle shape of the pie. Arlington, okay. All right. And now I'm thinking about salmon. Okay, wait a minute. Back up, back up. Trigger Happy Customs. Uh, you made these cinnamon rolls? Okay. See, that's next level. That's yeah, that's a special day when you can get a homemade cinnamon roll. Yeah, Sophia's here for the carb talk. Mm-hmm. Mm. My mom used to make she used to make a lot of the fruit crisp where you just slice up the fruit and you mix it with a little bit of cornstarch and sugar and uh, brown sugar and maybe some nuts and spices, and then you crumble butter and oatmeal and brown sugar together over the top and bake it for probably 50 minutes at about 350, 375. And you can use, whatever fruit you have. Well, maybe not bananas. Things like berries, pears, plums, apples, peaches. Oh my gosh, a peach crisp. we're out of the season for that, but we're in the season for pears and apples here in the Pacific Northwest for sure. Well, we are getting a lot of kitty talk here today. What's up, buddy? Had a little rain. She likes to come up and get some snuggles here when it's raining. Also, I recognize that tone of voice. She thinks she should have food. And, you know that's a regular refrain around here. You guys don't hate me. I've been on a salad kick lately. They make these lovely salads that come prepackaged, and they run about $3 a piece. And there's one that's got some edamame and some diced chicken and slivered almonds and a little packet of sauce. And I'm kind of I go through phases with food, but I've been kind of happy. Like at least a couple days this week, I had salad for breakfast, and this is the thing about you get to a certain age and you just go, I'm going to do it how I want. I'm, yeah, all of my pants will have elastic waists, and I'm only wearing comfortable shoes. And if I want salad for breakfast, damn it, I'm going to have salad for breakfast. Yeah. Apple crisp, exactly. We are, yeah, definitely in the time of year for an apple crisp. I really love like a blackberry or marionberry one as well. Yeah, no, I don't. When I have bananas, um, and you get a few extra, I take them out of the peel and just break them into pieces and throw them in a Ziploc bag and put them in the freezer. And then I like to mash those up and use them to make pancakes. But I just cannot. I like bananas, but I don't think the texture would work very well in a crisp or like baked bananas just seems very. Um, and then my brain just said, yeah, but what about when you're camping and you take a banana and you split it lengthwise and you open it up and you put chocolate chips and mini marshmallows in it, and then you wrap the foil around it and you put it in the campfire? Because that's maybe that's something that's only good when you're camping. Yep. Yep. Hmm. Yeah, well, uh, you do get the occasional F-bomb in here, so it's uh, it's usually not too gratuitous, but and I don't think that I did curse, so I'm not quite sure what that's about. You know, it's a good Pebble drawing when you're still hunting around looking for just a couple more things to, just a couple more paint blobs to turn into little pebbles. Yeah. Did you were you seeing something Oh, okay. All right. The that I just get up and just go I'm going to have a salad if I feel like I want a salad. Yeah. It's I think in the fall like it in Oregon we have this transition period that we have a lot of wonderful local produce in the Pacific Northwest because it's agriculture is the work of a lot of people out here. So from June through August into September, we've got farm stands and places, farmers markets, and the produce is so great. And then there's this period in the fall where you have to transition to frozen food and packaged food, and it just feels like I kind of miss all that fresh produce. So um, I think I'm just kind of at that, like, this phase in the fall where I've been living off canned goods and frozen goods. And frozen produce is very good quality, but it's just not quite as luscious as fresh produce. So I think that's why I get this hankering for salad. It's just I I just want to crunch on some veggies. Yeah. Oh, salad was the swear word. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we are getting to know each other, getting a feel for our senses of humor. All right. Thank you. Yeah, and some parts of the year I feel that way. I just like, oh, not salad again. Not that, but I don't know. I think it's just like the little kit that comes with the like the just the lovely the edamame have like little roast marks on them, and it's just something different. Talk to me next week and I'll be like, oh, why was I doing that for breakfast? But I figure I I'm diabetic, so anytime I've got an urge to eat vegetables, I don't fight it at all. I just go with it. It's like, hey, I'm not eating candy for breakfast. Yay. That's a win. Yep. All right. Oh, so that banana chocolate chip thing, where you did you do that? Like if you were a scout, we did this a lot, like in Girl Scout camping. And then my family, my folks were scout leaders, so we when we did family camping, we also did all the scout stuff. And it's just something, it's easy to do for kids and it's kind of fun. But you'd take the banana and boy, I bet I'm just trying to. My brain is just going. You could put other stuff in there. Yeah, but the chocolate chips would get all melty, and then the marshmallows would melt, and the banana would kind of get um, warm and gooey in a delightful way. And it just made this dessert. And you'd wrap them in foil, and then bowls, and um, yeah. Where are you finding? I'm taking some flack from the Washingtonian. Uh, where are you finding? Okay, wait. I know where the slow drivers are. I'm getting a little bit of yeah, that there are slow drivers in Oregon, and I'll tell you where they are. They're sitting there waiting for me to get almost to them. They pull out in front of me, like they roll through a stop sign, maybe. Like they're in a hurry to pull out, and then they go slow. The slow drivers, always right in front of me. Fast drivers, always up my tailpipe. You're not wrong with the slow drivers. Pickle sausage salad in Germany. Uh, my brain just like glitched at pickle sausage. Having been in Germany briefly, I thought the food was really delicious. It was. I didn't always want to ask how whatever I was eating was made, but most everything was. And when I was in Austria, I just had schnitzel at every. I went to Der Wiener Schnitzel, which is probably like. Is that like the McDonald's of Austria? I don't know. It seemed really good. I was a college student. Yeah. Mount Baker. Okay. Scout leaders. Scouting is big out in the Pacific Northwest. We've got a lot of outdoor recreational things to be able to go and do. And I don't know, there's scouting, and there was something called Campfire Girls and a couple of other things. So a lot of youth activities when I was a kid. I think we'll bring in some of this light phthalo green. We'll see how this works on these guys. Oh, maybe too minty. Not sure. Yeah, so Trigger Happy Customs, how did you find me? Were you just scrolling and this came up? Alright, let's give this a test before I lay in. I'm going to test this before I put too much. Oh, okay. I think that might work. Yeah. One of the other things we made in the campfire that I always liked and would probably still do today if I can get. I didn't go camping at all this season, which is the first year in a long time. I like to spend time at the coast and up in the mountains camping. And Financial Fraud Dude was not into camping. He liked to use my credit card, and we'd stay in hotels. A jerk. Anyway, campfires. Did you ever do the thing where you put, it's usually ground beef, and then carrots and potatoes and maybe some onions and mushrooms, and you just wrap it in the foil packet and put it down in the coals? Like, we would start those and then build a fire, get it down to coals, put those in. I think we called it campfire stew. And then we would set up the camp, like set up the tents and get everything. You'd just be working for an hour and a half while that was bubbling away. And then by the time it would get dark and the fire had really burned down and you had all the work done, you'd be kind of cold and ready for something hot. And I don't know, I loved it as a kid. I might still like it. I might also just go, oh, that's really gross. Oh, nice. Troop. What? Uh, right. Okay. You're talking about like you're hanging out with your parent, and the mind you have now, you just don't cherish things when you're young. That is so true. It just showed up on your page. Well, the algorithm worked. Oh, scrambled eggs in a baggie. No. Oh. I have a tote full of all of my camp cookery gear, and I always have a cast iron frying pan. So I like to do the bacon and the actual eggs. I have camped with people who were fond of the scrambled eggs in a plastic bag. Okay, that dark phthalo was absolutely not the right color. It's alright. Just a piece of paper. Yeah, do you drop them like in boiling water? Oh yeah, the Dutch oven. Yeah, Dutch oven. I've been hunting for one in antique stores and stuff. My folks had one that had a lid with a beautiful lip around it, so you could stack the coals on top of the oven. I don't know, modern new cast iron that you buy in the store. I look at that and it's very unappealing. I had inherited quite a bit of my mom's cast iron, and in one of the moves, it was in one of the boxes that the movers helped themselves to. So, I don't care how old I get and how senile I get. I'll never get over somebody ripping off my mom's cast iron. That's just so low. Yeah. Oh, that were you? Oh, the transcript of this is going to be just nonsensical. So, you're mentioning graveyard soda. Is that the one where you just kind of took your cup from, you just got some Dr. Pepper and some Fanta Orange and some Coca Cola all in the same? Yeah, I'm with you now. That's Oh, Dan. Yes, thank you. Dun, 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 dun. I have an announcement. And you only had to watch 3.5 hours to get to the announcement, which is I have secured an email address for the channel. It is janelleart at gmail.com. There's no underscore. Apparently Gmail doesn't like underscores, and so when it told me no, I just went, maybe I can just cram those two words right together. And yeah, so I've finally done it. And now Gmail thinks that my new account is my primary email account, so I have to toggle all the time. But I feel like it's working pretty well. Uh, I had tried one on Proton, and that seemed to give my phone issues. I was gonna say something else, but I'll try not to be ableist. Yeah, Proton, and I've talked to some people. They like it really well. It works very well for them. They feel it's secure. For me, when I downloaded the app, it made my phone, which is a Pixel, so it ought to work with that googly kind of stuff. And what, buddy? Do you need some pets? What is on your kitty mind? When I first adopted her, she was not interactive. She never meowed at me or talked to me at all. She was a feral cat, that had been taken to the Humane Society because she had some health problems. And I think this cat, every 6 months or so, throws up a new behavior that I had not seen. She is going to be that girl. Anyway, so if Proton works on your phone and it doesn't cause all of your other program or apps to lock up, then good. But it just didn't play well with Pixel. Yeah. Okay, so Trigger Happy Customs is talking about a campfire food that is scrambled eggs, and you mix them up and put them in Ziploc bags, and then you can drop them in to boiling water, and you cook the scrambled eggs. You put a little bit of butter. Sometimes you can put bacon bits in there, chives, or your salt and pepper. I looked into that, and actually there are, like the Ziploc brand bags, they are okay to do that with. I'm with you. Like, I'm just like, I don't really want to eat scrambled eggs out of a plastic bag. I don't care how cold it is outside. That's not my jam. But if you're a new camper and you've got kids and that works for you, or you've got a group of people and that, you know, that that might be okay. I think if you're a person who knows how to scramble eggs in bacon grease in a cast iron frying pan, that probably Ziploc bag scrambled eggs are never going to be your jam. Well, you rarely going to be your jam. Yeah. So, yeah, Sophia. So some of them are rated. Um, they're food safe and they're heat safe. Not all of them. Like I wouldn't trust a store brand, and I wouldn't trust like a Dollar Tree brand. We need to go to the standard pencils and. That is not true. No, you're not telling the truth, buddy. Okay. Can I have that? Oh. Trying to talk me into giving her one of the Derwent Inktense pencils as a cat toy. Yeah. Oh, golly. Boy. Do I think Neuralink will let us talk to our pets? God, could we put a cat in charge of Elon Musk? Is that on the table? Could we? Yeah. I'm pretty sure that every other word out of my cat's mouth is a naughty word. And every third thing she says is, get off your butt and change my cat box lid right now. Every other thing is going to be, cat food now, please. She is. I mentioned before she was feral, and the reason that she was not trapped and released is because they trapped her and then they discovered she was diabetic, so she could not be released back out to the feral cat colony where she was rescued from. So I wandered into the Humane Society one day and said, my senior cat died, and the person was like, well, tell me about your cat. What kind of a cat are you looking for? And I said, I would like to adopt a senior cat. And, my cat had diabetes, and the gal goes, wait, you know how to work this is literally, she said, you know how to work a diabetic cat? And I said, yeah. So, you know how to give her shots? I'm like, uh-huh. So I learned to give myself shots, so yeah, I could deal with the cat. And she just like made a beeline and took me to this fancy lucite cage with this fluffy orange cat monster in it, and said she's been in foster care with one of our volunteers for 2 months, and she's diabetic, and we need somebody who knows how to care for her, somebody who has experience with cats and somebody who can manage that. And I think I said, well, is she a senior cat? And they said, oh yeah, she's 16. And I was like, okay, well, that's a cat who deserves a home. And then when I took her to the vet said, yeah, she's about 16 months old. So I was kind of going through my own health crisis, and I knew I probably had time to deal with a senior cat. But we'll just do our best. We'll just see how far we get. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that because she's diabetic, she doesn't just I feed her small meals 5 times a day. Not a big whack of cat food, so doing it this way, we've managed to treat her with the way she's fed, and she doesn't have to have insulin shots. She's really good about taking them, but did I say FOOD in front of you? Is that what happened? That is what happened. Yeah, that's the problem. My bad. Cricket Cinema. Hello, welcome. Yeah, right, Sophia? Putting a cat in charge of Elon Musk cannot be worse than Elon Musk being in charge of Elon Musk. Yeah. My darling Cricket, it was ride or die. We got this. So if you don't mind telling us, Trigger Happy Customs, what sort of a dog do you have? This is a very... It's sort of thinking about what the Inktense ink looks like there. That really pops up off a bit, doesn't it? I'm not sure. Not sure how I feel about that. I know I don't want to get the whole thing coated with it. I just want to use it as accents, and I think I'll tuck in some up here and maybe some down here, but I'm gonna hold off on using more of that. Yeah, it was a weird day yesterday, Cricket. Thank goodness we don't have those to deal with very often. I'm kind of on, I don't know, like dog mode, like barking when I see things that are upsetting the natural flow of how the you know I want there to be kindness and I want there to be mutual respect in the community and the places I inhabit. And I am the kind of person who um, I have intervened when I've encountered domestic violence situations. I've stepped in, and I've benefited from being female in that a man will beat his partner, but he'll think twice about just punching a random woman. So I haven't taken any. I've been pushed. I've taken a couple of chest pushes. I've never taken a fist. And my family will just go, "Oh my God, why do you do that? Why do you just stand back?" And because I just don't put up with it when people are bullying or abusing other people. And I told my family or whoever's criticizing me, if I go down, if that's how I leave this place, that's fine with me. Um, if that's what brings me to my final breath, that I was defending a child who was getting abused in public, or defending somebody who's getting abused, that I'm cool with that. Not on my watch, you know. What did I ask? Oh, what kind of a dog do you have? Yeah, what kind of a... If you don't mind saying. Exactly. I... When I was in college, my family lived about a ways away by bus, so I could just hop on Greyhound and come up and spend the weekend or spend the day with my family. And then, my mom or dad had dropped me back down to the bus station. And one day we were at the Greyhound station waiting for the bus back to college, and a bus had pulled in and passengers had gotten off, and they'd opened the compartments underneath the bus where the luggage was held. And we were just sitting there, kind of had this in view. And this guy on a bicycle rode up, and he looks to the left, he looks to the right, he looks at the luggage, he kind of looks around, and I just like immediately clocked him as being sketchy. And I'll be damned if the guy didn't. Like, he had the bike between his legs, but he was kind of walking on the ground, and he walks over to the luggage compartment under the bus. He looks left and right again, reaches in, rummages around, pulls out a suitcase, and he starts riding away on his bike. And I hopped out of the car and I yelled, "Freeze!" And I'd spent this was in the fall, and I'd spent the summer at ROTC basic camp where I'd just done nothing but, yell in the army training voice. And as ROTC, you're getting trained to be an officer. So you spend your summer being in charge of other cadets, and it involves a lot of yelling. And I told him to drop that suitcase and freeze where he was. And I hopped out of the car and was beating feet towards him. And of course, as soon as I yelled, somebody came out from the Greyhound station, and the guy was he stopped immediately. And I yelled at him to drop the suitcase. He let go of it, and his brain is a little bit slow. I think it took him a minute to go, "There's a college girl yelling at me. I don't have to freeze." And he put his feet on the pedals. He left the suitcase, and he pedaled off. And this gentleman came out of the Greyhound station, and it turned out he had come up from California, and everything he had was in that suitcase. And my mom was absolutely mortified that I was, yelling at criminals and doing stuff like that. But I'll always, I think somewhere there's that fella who all of his stuff was in his suitcase, and you just can imagine, like, what his day or what his life would have been like with all of his papers just gone, all of his clothes and everything. And anyway, that was the random story from Janelle portion of the evening. Let's take a look here at the chat here. Hey, it's Raul. Okay, all right. I'm just reviewing a message here. Trigger happy. You used a word that's in the locked word list. You're okay though. Don't worry about it. And Maya, thank you. That was yeah. Irish Mart. Hello, welcome in. Thank you. You guys want a quick look at what we were up to earlier? This might be one of my longest live streams. We worked through this guy. I'm really enjoying those colors. Kind of something different. Not that you'd ever see orange and pink red rocks, but kind of cool. And there were 20 people here, so I said I would do another one. 2 Bella, 1 Black Lab Greyhound, and oh, okay, that's their names. I was like, what is a Bella dog? It sounds beautiful. And Holly, purebred Pitty, Black, 9 months old. Oh, I bet you that's a love bug. So you've got a whole, a lovely little pack. Pondfish. Well, hello. I saw you over in Drop Short Media's chat. So, welcome to the world of Pebbles. Yeah. Thank you, Irish Mart. Thank you. Oh, Trigger Happy Customs. Your dad's truck that he left you was stolen a month ago. I wish somebody was running down the street telling him to stop. I don't understand that thieving mindset. So is Pondfish, are you Kyla? Hi. Welcome to the rock pile. We started with I started with a blank, and the blanks are just pieces of paper that have various colors kind of intuitively and randomly brushed or drawn or scribbled. It's water-based media. I'll use watercolor paint, Neocolor 2, and sometimes I use gouache. So we kind of start here, and I just add the layers, build them up until shapes start to appear, and then we outline the pebble shapes. If you're not familiar with Neocolor 2, they are a wax crayon that dissolves into watercolor paint when you add water. So a lot of fun. And most of us learned to draw with crayons as kids, so I just I really enjoy working with these guys. And just recently got a package from the art supply store. That's what we needed. We'll just use some of these. So that's what we're up to here. And at this stage, I'm just looking for the areas where the shapes overlap and just dropping in a little bit of a shadow to give them more dimension. Otherwise, the drawing can look a little bit flat. And it gives me an excuse to chat and talk with you folks. So, oh wait, okay. Oh, we do have. All right, so we have Pondfish and Kyla. Well, hello, hello. Dan, I think you're right. Dan says the East Coast is waking up. Well, if I could help anybody get their day off to an artful start, I am happy to do that. Alrighty. You know what, guys? If you hang tight for just about 30 seconds, I am gonna go give the kitty a little. You want a snacky? Do you want some chow? I will be right back. Oh, it is too early. Would you just generally do sound hungry? Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, the Crayola box with the sharpener on the back. Okay, art supply show and tell time. Have you guys seen? Oh, it's the jumbo set. And I still use these. My brain coded these colors, like Crayola blue-green will always just be in my brain as blue-green. So now you can get these sets. It's a little bit awkward to show it, but it comes in this little caddy, and the sharpener is, they still have the sharpener. Now it's a fancy drawer or a little compartment. Still got the Crayola sharpener. Still makes them that same Crayola shape. So you're never too old for the things that delight you. Kyla, thanks for stopping in. Yeah. So I'm not going to use them on this project because they are not water soluble. But we might find a project to use them on one of these days. Well, that's better. All right, so you see how that just went on and it seemed like crayon? You bring the water into it and it dissolves. It gives you this nice smooth color, but depending on how much you re-wet it, you also can preserve some of the that characteristic way that the the crayon goes onto the paper. So it's very versatile. And it is blendable somewhat, not as blendable, maybe half as blendable as an oil pastel. But you can, let me get at the right angle for this. You can move it into the paper. Yeah. Yep. I think Dan's on his way to work because it's go to work time over on the East Coast. We are at 4 hours, and I know there's 23 of you there hanging out and watching and spending time. But I think 4 hours is probably that is a quite a long live stream for me. So I think we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you everybody who was here in chat, who spent time. I appreciate your time and engagement, and I really want to thank everybody again for the lovely way that you treat each other in chat. It it just makes a wonderful environment, and I'm so happy to be able to host this space and uh, and have a chat where we can talk about art and our lives a little bit, and art supplies, our pets, and connect with each other. If you get a chance, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button. You can just double tap the screen. You don't have to exit out of chat or do anything. You can just double tap it if you wouldn't mind. I would love that. And it's been epic. One of my favorite live streams so far. Any last questions? Yeah. Cricket Cinema. Well, good for you. It's a good time of year to get a. Looks like we're just in time. My phone's telling me it is. It's. Maya says, "Please remember to give me the finger." Yeah. We had some new folks in tonight. It was lovely to meet you and to have new faces in the chat. Welcome. I hope we'll see you again next time. Everybody, take some time today. Take some time this week. Get in your. I'm not sure what self-care is. I don't love to use that phrase, but try to do some activities that replenish you and that help you get your balance back in these kind of times of upheaval and of change. If you can make a little time to do some art, I encourage you to do so. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, Maya. As always, I appreciate you helping me moderate. All right. Bye now.